Yes, so now we'll be getting into the power of body scanning. And this power of body scanning is where the power manifester has the ability to scan any illnesses, diseases, or medically diagnosed issues, as well as provide solutions for the problem through the awakened third eye. And the Shastra Pramana for this power of body scanning comes from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshmatarani cha tatvani yani nilayam dhyatvante vyajyate para. And in this, Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest consecutive principles of your whole body, Swadeha, or the whole universe simultaneously consist of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause Paramashiva. By the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi Adi Shakti, is revealed, and the supreme power manifestation happens. And the Apta Pramana for this power of body scanning is from the life of a Siddha, whose name was Terayar. So Terayar was a Siddha and one of the prominent disciples of Agatya. And one day a man suffering from severe headache comes to Agatya for healing, and Agatya uses the power of body scanning and identifies the root cause of the headache. He reveals that there is a small terai, a type of frog, sitting in the person's brain. And Agatya immediately instructs Terya, his disciple, to perform an open head surgery to remove the frog from the person's brain. And after the surgery is completed successfully, the person is healed and cured of the headache, and thus Terya gains his name. And on the 22nd of December 2019, Swamiji shares the Supreme Point of Hinduism revealed how he uses the power of body scanning. So this is the Atma Pramana, which is Swamiji's own experience. Paraphrasing his words. Only when I had the multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go for surgery and therefore for medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs. It was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poisoning. And through body scanning, I found out what the problems, imbalances had happened, and where balances had to be done. I used allopathy as second opinion to verify my findings. And the Sakshi Pramana for this power, all of you can see on the screen a few sharings of the few of the thousands of disciples who have been initiated in this power and have successfully manifested this power of body scanning. So you can see their experiences from social media, a few screenshots and sharings. And now we will be getting into the live Sakshi Pramana, the live demonstration of the power of body scanning. So any of you who would like a body scan can put your comments in the YouTube comment section in the Kailasa Nithyananda Sangha YouTube channel in the live chat. And we will be doing a body scan for you. Yes, so we have a comment from Dolly Reddy who has put a scan for Ma Kayashini. Yes, so now I'll be scanning for Ma Kayashini. Yes, so Ma doll already. For Ma Kiyashini, I was able to see that there is some problem in her stomach. It is not exactly digestion, but the food that she is eating, it is not completely suiting for her body, so it has to get digested um, fast and it should leave her body. So I was otherwise it can make her a little sick. So I was able to see the best way to do that is to drink ginger water. So you can tell her to drink some ginger water for the next 3 days, at least twice a day, some hot ginger water. That will help in healing the stomach and getting all the waste which should not be in the body, which should get cleaned. It'll help that in coming out. And if she's not able to drink like the ginger water itself, she can also have ginger tea. So that will also be fine. But at least twice a day, in the morning and in the evening, for the next 3 days, she should have it. And that will help her in getting healed. So, Mad already, you can get back in the comment section if Maki Ashini was able to relate. And Sumi Moliaya has put, Ma, I've started doing PVK yoga for blood pressure, heart, and neck. But I got fear and that something might happen. Always please scan and let me know how to get out of fear. And can you scan for my wealth pattern? Okay. Yes, Aya. Now I'll be scanning for you. Yes. So Sumi Moliaya, for you, Aya, I was able to see that the fear that you are having is actually quite unnecessary. It is something that is being created by you consciously. If you support it and encourage it right now, if you encourage the fear, then it will actually become actual fear in you. So you should stop encouraging it consciously and declare to drop it, and that is the only way to get out of the fear. And for wealth, I was able to see that every Saturday you should do Venkateshwara Abhishekam. You can either contact a nearby temple wherever you are. You can contact a nearby temple of Swamiji's and sign up for the Venkateshwara Abhishekam if possible. If not, then at home itself, you can have a small Venkateshwara deity and do Abhishekam. You can play Vishnu Sahasranamam in the background and do Abhishekam to the Venkateshwara. And that will help in healing any type of problem that you're going through related to wealth. So this is what I was able to see for you, Aya, Sunimuli Aya. And Ma Doll already has asked a scan for Suresh Aya. Yes, no, ma'am. Now I'll be doing a scan for Suresh Aya. Yes, ma. So, ma already for Suresh Iyer, I was able to see that right now he is quite healthy. He is not going through any problem right now physically. But I was able to see to get more healthier and to have to prevent any type of problem in the next for the next few months, and even to naturally keep his body healthy. In all the meals, you should mix at least a little bit turmeric, some pepper, some ginger, and a little bit neem also if possible. So mix these few stuff in all the meals, and that will help in keeping the body healthy. So this is what I was able to see for Suresh Ayama. And Prabhupada Gilaya has asked a scan for the vision, for how to make the vision better. Yes, Prabhupada Gilaya, now I'll be scanning and I can also give healing. Yes, Aya. So, Prabhupada Gilaya, I have given healing, and with the blessings and grace of Swamiji and Paramashiva, you will be healed. And I was also able to see that every day, morning and evening, you should do a good eye wash with cold water. And also, before you sleep, apply some um, castor oil or coconut oil around your eyes. And also, every alternate days or every 3 days, you can apply Nyananjana. You can get Nyananjana from a nearby temple if you don't have it yet. So you can apply Nyananjana in your eyes, and that will help in healing your eyes and making your vision better. So this is what I was able to see for you, Aya. And Ma Dolly Reddy has asked for a scan for herself, experiencing severe pain in on my chest and heart, knees, and burning sensation on my legs, feeling like insane needles. Okay. Yes, man, I will be giving healing and also a scan. Yes, ma. So Ma Dolly Reddy, for you, ma, I was able to see to take bath in hot water as much hot as possible, as much as your the how much ever your body can withstand the heat, that much hot water. And you can take in the morning, you can take a hot water bath, and in the evening you can take a cold water bath. And so that will help in healing. And also I was able to see to drink lots of tulsi water. So you can either mix tulsi powder in hot water and drink, or you can also just boil the tulsi leaves itself in the water and drink the water. And you can also eat the tulsi leaves, so that will also help in healing your body completely. This was the solution I was able to see, and I've also given healing. So Mad already, that was for you, Ma. And We also have a comment from Weezin Tekeste, who has asked for healing for eyesight. Yes, now I'll be giving healing Aya for you, Weezin Tekeste. Yes, Aya. For so Weezin Tekeste Aya. For you, I was able to see that you should take more iron. You should intake more iron. So in your food, whichever you're eating, you can have something which has more iron. Intake more iron, and don't take tablets for the intake of iron. You can have the normal food itself that has more iron. You can eat that. And I was also able to see every day, at least for 10 to 15 minutes, sit with your eyes closed and focus on your third eye. Focus on your third eye, chant the Mahavakya and focus on your third eye. That will help in awakening your third eye as well as healing your physical eyes. So this is what I was able to see for you, Aya. So you can get back in the comment section. And yes, Ma Dolly Reddy has said thank you. Prabhat Gilai has also gone back. And yes, and Sumi Mulia has also gone back saying thank you very much, Ma. So whenever fear comes, I will tell Swamiji I'm dropping fear at your feet. Is that right, Ma? Yes, Aya. You can however you feel, you can drop it at Swamiji's feet, but consciously drop the fear. You can, of course, you should drop it at Swamiji's feet, but consciously make a decision to not encourage that fear. This is what I was able to see for you. So yes, with that, we come to a conclusion of this manifestation segment. I thank all of you who have joined for the power manifestation. And please stay tuned for the further segments of this program where we will be learning much more about Devi Parashakti, and we will also be learning more about Bhagwan Shri Krishna, as today is the auspicious day of Krishna Janmashtami. So someone Tata asked has asked about awakening other people's third eye. It is ultimately Swamiji Aya who awakens the third eye, Paramashiva who awakens the third eye. It is through that initiation that you manifest the powers. So it is ultimately Swamiji who awakens the third eye for everyone. And you can attend the Paramashivoham program, and you will also be initiated. You can attend the daily lessons as well as the Paramashivoham program, where you will be step by step taken through the power manifestation with the sessions and many such processes, completion processes, and many other processes to awaken the third eye and manifest other sciences. So with that, I once again thank all of you who have joined us for the power manifestation, and we will be moving to the next segments of this program where we will be learning more about the Parashakti, and we will also be learning about Bhagavan Shri Krishna. So please stay tuned for the further segments and stay tuned for the Krishna Janmashtami celebrations that all of us will be having with the Supreme Point of Hinduism with Swamiji. And with that, we'll now be moving to the next segment of this program where we will be learning about who is Devi Parashakti, the divine feminine consciousness. So we'll be first looking at the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti, which comes from the Lalita Sahasranama Dhyana Shloka. सिन्दूरारुणविग्रहां त्रिनयनां माणिक्यमौली स्फुरते तारानायकशेखरां स्मितमुखीं मापीनवक्षोरुहां पाणिभ्यामरिपूर्णरत्नचषकं रक्तोत्पलं बिभ्रतीं सौम्यां रत्नघटस्थरक्तचरणां ध्यायेत् परामम्बिकाम्. And the translation for this verse is, the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion red body, with triple eyes, sporting a crown of rubies, studded with the crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with mead, and the other twirling a red lotus. And another Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti, which comes from the Lalita Sahasranama Dhyana Shloka, says, Arunam karunam tarangatakshim dhritapaşankuşapuşpabanachapam animadibhiravrittamayukaihi rahamityeva vibhavaye bhavanim. And the translation for this verse is, I meditate on the great empress. She is red in color and her eyes are full of compassion. She holds the noose, the goad, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as Anima Flores, and she is the self within me. And Devi Parashakti is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in, and the source where the Big Bang and black holes go on and on. And Parashakti is the source Shakti, the source energy, the source power, from which all of us came, in which all of us are in even now, and in which all of us are going to merge. And out of her extreme love and compassion, Devi Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara of the Supreme Point of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. And Devi Parashakti, she very beautifully introduces herself and tells how she has come down in the embodied form of the Supreme Point of Hinduism. So, in her own words, she says, raising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Hrimkara, filled as Parashorasi, living in 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swami who's in Kailasa, Sri Purachintamani, Parashorasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi, as Nithyananda, I took Nijavatara here to give good boons to everyone, to bestow all goodness. Hiranya Garbha Swarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samrajya Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi. Taking the form of Nithyananda, I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion, I am blessing. Listen, people, to do good to all of you, I took the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara. And she also beautifully reveals, raising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, manifesting as source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence, from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, and Jnana, growing as four Vedas, expanding as five Panchabhutas, beyond six chakras, filled as Gotras of seven Rishis, expanding as eight directions, existing as nine Grahas, blossoming as 10 Indriyas, being as 11 Rudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life to tell and make truth blossom and to do good. Parashodasi Meenakshi, in the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you. And now let's see how we can receive Devi Parashakti when she comes for the darshan. So literally you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She is there on your screen. So always receive her very traditionally. You can keep 2 beet leaves, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and the coin in front of the screen as you watch Devi Parashakti. And for those of you who now might be wondering, what exactly is a coin considered as? What is its benefit? What is its importance? And why is it kept as part of the items which are kept for receiving? So a coin is actually considered the traditional dakshina in the Hindu tradition. It is a item kept for giving, or it is always offered to God. So it can even be the lowest value. In India, it can even be just a paise. In the US, it can even be just a cent. Swami says, I'm not trying to monetize. Keep even 1 cent, it is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will add up to $1. In India, even 1 paise is okay. And you can offer that to Devi Parashakti. And once the darshan is over, you can do namaskar and eat the banana, the beet leaf, and the betel nut immediately, taking it as prasadam. And the coins that you collect, you can send it to the Los Angeles temple for the further procedures. And now some of you might be wondering, what exactly, or how exactly will this betel leaf and betel nut benefit you, whether it's physically, emotionally, mentally, how will it benefit you? So this betel leaf and betel nut may look too small, but in a few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really she is there. You will not take the Devi Darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to powerful cognitions. It will break your unconscious behavior. And now all of you can see how you can set up your tambulam, the receiving plate, the plate to receive Devi Parashakti. You can keep the betel nuts on top of the betel leaf and then the banana and the coin in a plate and keep it in front of the screen. These are the 4 basic items that are kept as part of tambulam. But as all of you see in the picture, there are also a few additional items which are kept, such as a coconut, some kumkum, turmeric, glass bangles, and some flowers. So if you would like, you can also add these few additional items. But the 4 basic items is the beet leaf, the betel nut, the banana, and the coin. So you can arrange in the plate as you get ready to receive Devi Parashakti for the darshan. And with that, we come to a conclusion of this segment where we have learned who is Devi Parashakti and how we can receive her. So all of you can, as all of us get ready, as all of you get ready to receive Devi Parashakti when she comes for darshan, you can all take a few minutes to set up the plate for the tambulam plate to receive Devi Parashakti. And with that, we'll now be moving to the further segments of this program where we will be learning what Devi Parashakti has revealed about many topics, the Pralaya and many such other things. So we will be learning what exactly Devi Parashakti has revealed in the Akashic readings for humanity and how important it is for us to understand, follow, and internalize what Devi Parashakti has revealed. So we'll be back after a really short break to continue with the next segment. Please stay tuned and we will be back. And as all of us get ready for the Krishna Janmashtami celebrations, which will be happening throughout the day, all of you can also take a few minutes to visit the website kailasa.org/Krishna Janmashtami. And if you would like to make any offerings, you can also register for the offerings.
వసుదేవసుతం దేవం గంసచానూరమర్దనం దేవగీ పరమానందం Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just celebration. Celebrate today whole day. Give vacation for your depression. Tell your mind bye. And celebrate.
காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினி உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
Here is the Australia Kailasa. How can I be so lucky and have a happy life in Kailasa? It's a long story. My name is Li Qi. My guru is His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Since I was very little, I already wonder what life for. I really want to know the result, the reason. a long time ago, I think if I earn enough money, I will be very happy person, and then life is for happy. I tried to earn money, and then I really rich, but money didn't give me happy. Then I tried to get the happy life in romantic love. Then the really romantic love take me go lots of place. Too many stories during this time, but I still don't feel I get the result, get the life reason. Then I start study from book, from video, from religion in many different ways. And when I study Buddha, that time I really appreciate Buddha gives so much intelligence to me about life. But I don't think study is enough for me. I want to be Buddha. But I don't know how. Who can let me get there? One day I found the video in YouTube, introduce Swamiji in that video. I suddenly, my eyes open wide. I get it. He must be my guru. I can get there. He can let me get what I want to know, and he can take me home, real home. This kind of feeling, then I start study from Nithyananda Sangha. One day, Swamiji Satsang said he need people devote land, home, money to build up Kailasa. Then I discussed with my husband, decide to give the whole farm to Nithyananda. That time, because both of us believe help Swamiji means help whole world. It's a big decision, but we just discussed so short time already. Done, decide. I really appreciate my husband love me so much and believe me, trust Swamiji so much. Soon here will be big temple, Gurukul, Goshena, and library. Introduce this my story to you, just me. Don't give up any chance to be founding father of Kailasa. It's the best thing you can do in your life.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within the next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. you manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. You will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together. There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities, and Nijavatara, living incarnations, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through his body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, in the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word, the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just celebration, celebration, celebration. Celebrate today whole day. Give vacation for your depression. Tell your mind bye. And celebrate. Celebrate. Celebrate.
காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினியில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
Nithyanandam. Welcome back to your viewers. Sorry for the delay. And let us enter into the next portion of the program where we will understand some of the revelations made by Devi Parashakti for humanity. As we all know, Devi has been continuously guiding us and blessing us, continuously fulfilling all of our wishes, all of our prayers, all of the boons that we are asking for. And she's also been guiding humanity throughout this pralaya to ensure that we are staying protected, to ensure that we are not being affected by the effects of this pralaya. So let us understand some of Devi Parashakti's revelations made for humanity. So today we will specifically be looking at Devi Parashakti's revelations on Haritaki. We can continue to the next one. So, sorry, we can go back to the previous slide. Thank you so much. So let us first understand the compassion of the avatar. In the Guru Padaka Stotram, composed by Adi Shankaracharya, the very first verse describes how the Guru Padaka, the sacred feet of the Guru, is the boat that helps us cross the Ananta Samsara Samudra, the seemingly endless ocean of samsara or suffering. And in this verse, Adi Shankaracharya states, salutations to the sandals of my Guru, which is a boat which helps me cross the endless ocean of life, which endows me with the sense of devotion to my Guru, and by worship of which I attain the dominion of renunciation. And many of us have been feeling stuck in the same storming and raging ocean, being unable to navigate ourselves and lost in the overwhelming vastness of the suffering that surrounds us during the pralaya, this great deluge. Our loved ones have been dying due to this pandemic. Our homes have been destroyed due to the natural disasters, and social institutions are crumbling around us. And the whole of humanity is in a desperate and dire need for hope. And it is at this time that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, out of his deepest love and compassion, having taken the spiritual responsibility for the superconscious breakthrough of the whole of humanity, is manifesting Devi Parashakti, the cosmic mother herself, and guiding us, healing us, and literally protecting the whole world as the boat that sails us through this pralaya, the cosmic deluge. Devi Parashakti herself is manifesting through the Nijavatara and answering each and every one of our prayers and granting boons, healing us, manifesting miracles, removing all of our pain and suffering. And Devi has not just been attending to people individually, but as a humanity as a whole. Devi Parashakti has guided the whole of humanity in various forms, including revelations of profound sacred secrets of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and also by showing us the future in regards to the global issues, the COVID pandemic, natural disasters such as fires, floods, and many more, and even the twisted human conspiracies and underground wars, which have not surfaced to common knowledge as yet. So in this segment, we will be elaborating on the statistical, scientific, and scriptural references of each of these revelations, which have manifested precisely as the Devi has guided. And this is just for us to imbibe deeply and start following as Devi Parashakti continues to protect us until the storm ends and we are safely harbored at the shores of our consciousness. So let us look into the revelations that Devi Parashakti has made on the rising sea level, which was revealed on the 19th of May, 2021. Let us first listen to Devi Parashakti's revelations directly. Sorry, I think the audio is not shared. Maybe you can stop the screen share and you can just share the audio with it. Yeah. So as we get that video, let us understand that Devi has been continuously guiding us just for the sake of our protection. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been specifically manifesting Devi Parashakti for the healing energy of the Cosmic Mother. And we are so blessed to have the opportunity to continuously receive the guidance and blessings of Devi Parashakti. And if you are in need of any guidance or any prayer that you want fulfilled, you are welcome to ask any of your questions during the live Devi Parashakti Akashic readings. And recently, we have been so blessed to have this every single day. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been manifesting Devi Parashakti every single day just for the sake of guiding us, blessing us, and granting all of our boons. So if you would like any prayer answered, you can ask your question in the YouTube chat during the live Akashic readings done by Devi Parashakti, or you can also ask your questions on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and even WhatsApp. So you can ensure that all of your new endeavors in your life or any prayers that you might have, any healing requests that you might have, are directly answered by Devi Parashakti. So you are welcome to stay tuned for that. And today we will be also preparing ourselves for the Krishna Janmashtami celebrations. As we know, it is Bhagavan Sri Krishna's birthday, and we will be celebrating through various programs and celebrations. As the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed, Bhagavan Sri Krishna is just a statement to the world about celebration, about life positivity. So please stay tuned for the rest of the programming today, where we will be celebrating the greatest statements of the cosmos about life positivity and celebration. So if you would like, you can also visit kailasa.org/Krishna Janmashtami and see how you can celebrate Krishna and what all ways in which you can connect to Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And he has made himself so easily available through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. So yes, we will be getting right back to those slides. So if we can just share the slide, and then when you are sharing, you can press share audio as well. Thank you, Ma. We will be getting right back to that. And in the meantime, if any of you would like to learn more about the Krishna Janmashtami celebrations that we will be having today, you can register for any of the various sevas that are being offered to Krishna today. You can visit kailasa.org/Krishna Janmashtami, and we will also be blessed with the live darshan and satsang from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, the very representation of Krishna, Bhagavan Krishna himself. Yes, so we can start. Yeah.
Andreas Kull.
Thank you, Ma.
மூன்றாம் உலகப் போரிலிருந்து தப்பிக்க எந்நாடு பாதுகாப்பென்று கேட்கின்றாய், கேட்டுக்கொள் சொல்வதை எல்லாம். மத்திய கிழக்கிலே போர், இந்தியாவில் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று மற்றும் கடல் உயர் எழும்பல் எனும் மூன்றில் இருந்தும் காவல் கைலாசம் ஒன்றே. வாழ்விற்கு அதுவே நன்றே. முடிந்தால் வந்து சேர்ந்திடு. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
Let us understand Devi Parashakti's revelations mapped into English. We can continue. Next slide, please. So Devi revealed, you are asking which country is safe to escape from Third World War. Listen to everything which is said. War in the Middle East, deadly corona in India, and rising sea levels. Protection from all these three is one and only in Kailasa. Only it is good for life, if possible, come and reach Om, Om, Om. So let us understand this revelation made by Devi Parashakti. On the 19th of May, 2021, while answering the prayer of one of the devotees, Devi Parashakti, manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, warned that the sea levels rising would and the cascading effects of climate change crisis on humanity would be very drastic. And exactly as Devi revealed, the very next day, on the 20th of May, 2021, the biggest iceberg broke off, which was 70 times the size of Manhattan, posing a huge threat to humanity, causing the sea levels to drastically rise. So let us now understand exactly what happens and how Devi's revelations have been manifesting in our reality. So on the 20th of May, 2021, the world's largest iceberg broke off the Antarctic shelf, this was just one day after Devi revealed about the sea levels rising. So many of us have been hearing over the last few decades that the global climate change crisis will be affecting us. And we've all heard that we will see sea levels rising as per modern research. But immediately after Devi Parashakti's revelation, we saw exactly how it manifested immediately. It was not a coincidence. And it was just because Devi Parashakti revealed that on the 19th of May, we were, no one had ever expected that it would happen so immediately. The Devi Parashakti's revelation immediately manifesting and the sea levels rising immediately after Devi's revelation. Sorry for the technical glitch. Welcome back, dear viewers. So, as we heard, Devi reveals that sea levels will be rising and it will create a huge effect on humanity and our existence. And research has shown that even if we are able to curb emissions, CO2 emissions, within the next few hundred years, we will still see a drastic rise in the sea levels. And even if we are able to bring it down to complete zero within the next couple hundred years, we will still see at least 1 meter or close to 1 meter in the levels of sea rising. And if in a worst case scenario, it could rise up to 4 meters or more. And this is exactly as Devi revealed, that as we are seeing the cascading effects of global warming crisis and climate change crisis, we will all be experiencing this, and we will see more and more how Devi's revelations will be manifesting. And other research shows that sea levels since the 1880s in some ocean basins and sea levels have risen as much as 6 to 8 inches or 15 to 20 centimeters. And this is since the start of the satellite record in 1993. And it was reported that sea levels will rise by 1 to 8 feet by 2100. So all of the, as we know, the effects of the climate change crisis and the damage that we have done to Mother Earth is now manifesting. We've known this for many years that this will be happening, but we will very much be experiencing these effects in our everyday lives. And people have already started experiencing that, as the Parashakti revealed. So in the United States, almost 40% of the population lives in relatively high population coastal areas. And globally, 8 of the world's 10 largest cities are near a coast, according to the UN Atlas of the Ocean. So many of us have probably heard we will see the effects of the climate change crisis, and that global warming is a very serious cause for threat for humanity, and that even sea levels rising will be affecting people. But you can see how many people will actually be affected by this, by the sea levels rising and this climate change crisis. Nearly 40% of the US population will be directly affected by this, not just indirectly, but directly affected by the sea levels rising. And 8 out of the 10 largest cities in the world will also be experiencing these same effects. It's not something that we can dismiss or forget about. Devi has revealed that it will affect, and we will see the effects of it, and we've already seen the effects of it. So let us understand more deeply what exactly we've seen as the cascading effect. So it's higher background water levels means that deadly and destructive storm surges, such as those associated with Hurricane Katrina, Superstorm Sandy, and Hurricane Michael, push further inland than they once did. And higher sea levels also means more frequent high tide flooding, sometimes called nuisance flooding. And over the last 50 years, we've already seen 300 to 900% increase in nuisance flooding, and we will see that continue to rise in the future. So especially if you are anywhere near the ocean, even if you're more inland, you will be experiencing the effects of this. And even further inwards, the storm surges that are affected, that are as a result of hurricanes and superstorms, will be affecting many, many more people in the coming years. And it is not something that we should take lightly when Devi Parashakti herself is revealing this. So we've all heard that global warming is the primary cause for the sea levels to rise. So let us understand exactly why. So the first reason is because glaciers and ice sheets worldwide are melting and adding water to the ocean. The second is the volume of the ocean is expanding as the water warms. And a third, but a much smaller contributor to the sea levels rising is a decline in the amount of liquid water on land. So aquifers, lakes, reservoirs, rivers, soil moisture are all moving from the land to the oceans. And this shift of liquid water from land to ocean is largely due to groundwater pumping. And again, this is a very man-made cause that we have seen. And here you can see the Patterson Glacier in 1917, and it was fully formed glacier at that time. And in 2005, less than 100 years later, you can see that glacier has almost entirely melted, and you can see it almost as a grassland area. So this is literally in one lifetime, the damage that humanity has done to Mother Earth and the effects of the climate change crisis that we are very much experiencing in our everyday lives and will be experiencing in our everyday lives just as they be revealed. And the pace of global sea level rise has more than doubled from 1.44 millimeters per year throughout most of the 20th century to 3.66 millimeters per year from 2006 to 2015. So in the 20th century, the global sea level rise was pretty stable. It was around 1.4 millimeters, but between 2006 and 2015, that number was doubled. So within the course of less than 10 years, we've seen how much the impact of our activities, of human activities, have done to Mother Earth. And Greenland ice loss between 1992 and 2001 was between around 34 billion tons per year. And between 2012 and 2016, it increased to 247 billion tons per year. So in around 10 years, it literally almost doubled, not doubled, almost increased 8 times between ice loss in Greenland between just 10-year range. And this is very much a very direct effect of human activity and our relationship with Bhumata. And on August 2021, the UN published a code red, a warning of worsening global warming and rising sea levels. So they revealed in the 19th of May 2021, almost 2 months before the UN published a code red of the global warming crisis. And let us understand what exactly the UN has warned. The UN warned some harm from climate change includes the dwindling ice sheets, the rising sea levels, and the changes in the oceans as they lose oxygen and become more acidic is irreversible for centuries to millennia. And the world is locked into 15 to 30 centimeters, that's 6 to 12 inches of sea levels rising by the mid-century. So as we know, the AV has already revealed in May itself, and we knew that we've seen the research over the last few decades that the effects of climate change will be felt for us very
Being sensitive is being aware in gratitude to life. Everything from the air we breathe, the place you sit, energy to feel that you have existed, energy to celebrate you exist. Everything is something that is working towards making you experience life. And each thing can be something which you are grateful for. When we are becoming more and more sensitive, and the Sri Meru here, which you are seeing in the photograph, is actually representative of the 43 energies. The 43 energies constitute our human body. And when all the 43 energies are integrated to Dharma, one becomes enlightenment. The cosmic motherly completion and sensitivity from the level of Panchabhutas is a core principle of the cosmos. Awakening the sacred feminine is key to enlightenment. When awakened, man expresses the sacred feminine consciousness. He becomes a great revered leader. And when awakened, a woman expresses sorry for the technical glitch. Now understand that conscious sovereignty is the key to awaken and the sacred feminine consciousness inside of you. You can experience conscious sovereignty just through the darshan and diksha of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Out of millions of paths, the easiest, sweetest, and most beautiful way to enlightenment is connecting with the cosmos as mother, Devi Parashakti, the cosmic feminine consciousness. And she is the one who expresses as Guru all gods and all manifestations in the universe. And these offerings that we're going to be making today is not to benefit the divine, but to collapse our gap with the divine consciousness. When we achieve completion with the Divine Mother, her infinite powers, with her sweet grace, starts nourishing all of our dimensions through the cosmic umbilical cord. And there is nothing too small or too big one can offer to connect with the Divine Mother. It has to be from a space of love of a child, looking at the mother and handing her what it has to share with her out of her deep love and gratitude. It can be a cup of milk or a flower, or it can be a precious jewel to adorn her smiling face or hair. Vedic rishis have clearly stated the techniques to connect with the sacred feminine consciousness, to awaken the same qualities inside of us. One can connect with Paramashiva through oneness, but with the divine cosmic mother, it is only by worshipping her feet with devotion. Mother worship is the most non-violent, most peace-centered, most healing, soothing, and sweetest path to enlightenment among all traditions on planet Earth. Worshipping includes contemplating, meditating through sacred offerings of mantras and oblations at her feet. And mother worship is the most non-violent, most peace-centered, most healing, soothing, worshipping tradition. And worshipping includes contemplating, meditating, offerings of mantras and oblations at her feet. Now let us understand why the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Paramashiva, began manifesting through the divine feminine. Ultimately, because she is the most supreme form of consciousness. There's a beautiful verse from the Rig Veda where it describes Devi Parashakti's how she literally created and protects the whole universe and all the gods and goddesses of the whole universe. And here is that verse from the Rig Veda saying how Devi Parashakti is literally the mother for all of the 11 Rudras, the Vasus, Vishnu and other Adityas, and all divine forms, the Vishwadevas, assuming the form of the inner self of all gods, hold aloft Mitra and Varuna, even as Indra and Agni I do, and the Ashwin twins too. Once again, this is from the Rig Veda. And the Ekadasha Rudras, Maharudra, Ashtavasus, Dvadashadityas, Vishwe Devata, all of them are in my retinue. I move around in various forms with them as my retinue. I protect all of them, including Mitra, Varuna, Indra, Agni, and the Ashwini Devatas. Devi literally declares herself as the inner self of all gods' divine energies, and she is pervading and permeating. And the offerings to Devi Parashakti. Now let's enter into the various different offerings that you can make for Devi Parashakti. First of all, we have the e-hundi, which is an offering that you can make for any amount, and it's just a general donation that you can do and just offer your gratitude. All of us Hindus, we all know every single time we go to the temple, it's just a tradition, a simple custom where we offer our gratitude to Devi Parashakti or our Ishtadevata, whomever it is whom we're having darshan of. And we are simply offering our gratitude through this e-hundi offering and through the hundi offering. So I always remember even my mother used to give me a few coins or $1, $20, even sometimes to just offer in the hundi. And it's just a very simple but very strong sentiment that we offer our gratitude and to Devi Parashakti. In this, you can offer, and now Kailasa is bringing that to the platform, so you can follow the links for the e-hundi offering, and you can either do it through the registration links today, or you can do it through the YouTube super chat. We also have another option here, the Sankalpa chanting. And in the Saundarya Lahari, verse number 27, there is a beautiful beautiful verse where it is talking, Sri Adi Shankaracharya, the great incarnation of Paramashiva, is literally expressing his most divine prayers towards Devi, that let his prayers become the chanting of Devi Parashakti's name. So the offering of the Sankalpa is literally a mantra which you can align, and it's basically just a prayer to align all of our energies towards Devi Parashakti. Yeah, the next offering we have here is the Devi Sahasranama Swarnakasu, which is the offering of the gold coin inscribed with the names of Devi Parashakti. And there's 1,008 names of Devi Parashakti which will be inscribed, and each of these Ananta Kalyana Gunas, all the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti bestowed on you. The next offering we have is the Mukta Ankuti, the finger ring with a pearl. And here in the Devi Suktam, the reference says, let the goddess who brings good fortune, who is praised by gods, who is served by Devendra, who is praised by Devas, troubled by Indras, and everyone, let her prevail on this planet Earth. Now, the next offering we have is a Swarna Padma Pushpa. You'll be literally able to attract positive relationships in your personal dimensions. There's a beautiful verse also that is worshipping Devi Mahalakshmi, who is represented by the lotus flower. And there's so many different references as well for using lotus in the worship of Paramashiva, as it is considered one of the best quality flowers. We also have the Swarna Meti, or the golden toe ring. And again, beautifully in the Saundarya Lahari, Sri Adi Shankaracharya describes that Lord Brahma, the creator of yours, selects the dust from Devi Parashakti's feet in order to create the universe. Even the great Adishesha, the extension of Parandhama, always bows down at the feet of Devi, and Lord Paramashiva himself uses the feet dust of Devi Parashakti in order to just wipe on his forehead. And that is the holy ash that he used. So you can offer this blessings for the life of leadership qualities by offering worship to the divine lotus feet of Devi Parashakti, which is worshipped by even Brahma, Vishnu, and Paramashiva. We have the next, the Mantika. In the Lalita Sahasranama, verse 106, Devi Parashakti is referred as Shuddha Sarabhi Varshini, meaning she who makes the nectar flow from the Sahasrara, or the crown center, to the Agnya and permeate through all the 72,000 nadis, the energy centers, to give us the ultimate experience of the cosmos and blessings for the enlightened lifestyle. This will literally be your gateway into experiencing full oneness with the divine, using the jumping board of gratitude. And the next offering we have is the Pratyakshapada Puja. The Pratyakshapada Puja is another offering where you can offer directly at the feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, especially on this special occasion of the Krishna Janmashtami. You can offer the Pratyakshapada Puja. There is another verse composed by Adi Shankaracharya speaking on the greatness of the Guru, and he says, if you do not align to the Guru, and perhaps you have achieved all the other luxuries in this world, all the other everything in this world, but if you do not have the ways in order to have the surrender at the feet of the Guru, then there is no use of anything in this world. What for we've gone into continuously going after things in the world and in the material world, when we are left in our spiritual world so dry like a desert. The Guru is literally that beautiful lush forest that is so green and vibrant, alive for our parched earth. So you can offer the Pratyakshapada Puja and also the Vastra Seva to the Guru today, and these are one of the most precious offerings that you can do today for the Guru. So here we have a summary of all the various offerings that you can do, the Ihundi offering, as well as until the Vastra Seva. So there's a spectrum of different options that you have. You never have to feel like you may not be able to offer today. You can always do something and offer something today. And we also have a link here. And this is the link to make a payment immediately. And this payment link is very, very important, as well as if you want to immediately go ahead and make a payment right now. So you can go ahead to Parashakti Bhava Samadhi Darshan donations right here, and you'll be led to a page which looks very much like this. And then if you're here, then you know that you're in the right spot. As you can see, it says Bhava Samadhi Darshan donation. And then after that, you will be able to select the drop-down menu and see all the different options, as you see in the next slide. Once you see that, you can go through all the different options and be able to Krishna himself is so famously known for holding, playing, and just enlightening and capturing the love and devotion of so many millions on planet Earth. So as you can see here, once we have added that to our cart, we can proceed to checkout, and then you can see and review all the items in your cart, and you'll be able to remove any items if you don't want it, if you perhaps had done it earlier and you now want to do that, or you can just review what you had added. And always the cart is a place where you can just put your wish list of different offerings that you'd like to make and start to manifest them as well. And after that, once you click on proceed to checkout, you can fill out your billing details and your payment details. As you can see, we have different options for what kinds of cards are accepted and how you can make this payment. But there's also more options that I'd love to go over with all of you. In the next slide, we'll be able to see how you can make a donation through the YouTube Super Chat. The YouTube Super Chat is a very powerful way that you can simply make a donation. As you can see, there's going to be a join button. And once you click join, this is a required step so that you can make a donation through the YouTube Super Chat. And there are several different levels of the becoming a member of Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. And once you are a member, then you can have access to so much of content, spiritual solutions in your life continuously. And also, you'll be able to ask questions to Devi Parashakti directly. So as you can see here, you can join this channel and you'll be able to see this kind of pop-up that'll come, and you can join as an e-Kailashian in the bronze, silver, gold, platinum, or premium levels. And also you can ensure that you are joining as a member, and then after that, in this way as well, you can ensure that you can ask your questions during the Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan or the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading. And also you can ask any questions or send prayers to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism even during the live Satsang. So as you can see, we have Google Pay option as well, and also PayPal. So if any of you might not have the option of Google Pay or PayPal, you can use this option. So we're closely coming to an end of this segment today, and I invite each and every one of you to make an offering now and ensure that you are experiencing gratitude in your life. And there's no other way to do that but consciously building gratitude with any one of these offerings. So with this, we will now be coming to a conclusion of this segment in today's program, and we are now joined by Ma Dayami Swami, a representative from the Adi Kailasa Sarvagni Peetham, who is going to be sharing with us on the Kailasa COVID Care Centers, the latest updates from Kailasa COVID Care Centers. And each and every one of us You'll be able to experience and see and hear about the various different updates on the Kailasa COVID Care Center and Adi Kailasa Sarvagnipitam, as well as 13 other functioning Adinams. So we'll now be coming to a conclusion of this segment and entering into the next segment of today's program. Thank you so much, Madayami Swami, for joining in with us. And
thank you, Ma. Nityanandam, everyone. Welcome back with this segment. So with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivan's blessings, let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadusham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Triguna Rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Yes. So we're going to learn the Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies, which are now the temple-based ecosystems, which are now the Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers. So let's understand more details about these with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So if you see the statistics across the world, so they are across the world today, their younger adults are, due to the pandemic, the anxiety, the stress-related disorders, are especially mental disorders, depressive disorders during this pandemic are experiencing maximum. The younger adults, which are in age 18 to 24, which are experiencing 56.2%, and younger adults, which are 25 to 49, experiencing 48.9%, and ages 50 to 64, about 39.1%, and ages 65, about 29.3%. The average share of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety disorder and or depressive disorder, what it used to be in 2019, a period of 6 months, was 11%, and now in January 2021, it raised up to, in just 1 month of beginning of this year, it raised to 41.1%. And you can see some more statistics which shows the younger adults are most affected of these anxiety, mental related disorders. So how are you feeling? So what employees say that they feel more than half the time at work. Most of the employees say they are tired, 34%, and they are stressed, 34%, and they feel burnt out, say 27%, and discouraged, about 22%, and distracted, about 19%, and depressed, about 17%. Nearly 8 in 10, that is 78%, say that the coronavirus pandemic is a straight source of stress in their life. Nearly 7 in 10, that is, which is 67%, say they have experienced increased stress over the course of the pandemic. 1 in 4 essential workers, about 25%, diagnosed with the mental health disorders since the start of the pandemic. And about the healthcare workers, more than 60,000 healthcare workers have contracted COVID-19 and 300 have died. Of the healthcare workers who treated patients during the China's COVID-19 outbreak, about 50% showed signs of depression and about 40% showed signs of anxiety. And before COVID-19 pandemic, what it was, the depression, 15%. Now it raised during this pandemic 40.7%. And the anxiety level, what it was before the pandemic, 29%, now it rose up to 72%. US cases of depression have tripled during the COVID-19 pandemic. A large study finds a dramatic increase in the number of adults in the United States reporting symptoms of depression during the COVID-19 pandemic. The number of adults experiencing depression in the United States have tripled, according to a major study. Researchers estimate that more than 1 in 4 US adults are now report experiencing symptoms of depression. Before the pandemic, 8.5 US adults reported being depressed. That number has risen to 27.8% as the country struggles with COVID-19. And the young workers at the workplace hit the hardest. They say the 89% report they burnt out between the ages 22 to 25, and 83% of age group 26 to 37 say they burnt out, and 73% of ages 38 to 54 say they burnt out, and in the age group 55 to 74, about 62% they say they burnt out. So now let's understand what are the contributions from Kailasa's Department of Human Services. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Kailasa Department of Enlightened Civilization presents what is Kailasa. Kailasa is a Department of Religion and Worship and a Department of Human Services, and each of Kailasa's temple-based ecosystems consider the right of happiness to be the highest fundamental right of all human beings. In fact, all beings. The ultimate goal for Hinduism and Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the material and spiritual well-being and prosperity of humanity. Kailasa is a place where everything related to superconsciousness is revived. All the sampradayas, all the spiritual ecosystems created for the enlightenment will be revived all the sampradayas, all the spiritual ecosystems created for enlightenment will be revived and established in such a way it never gets lost again. And there are they forever serving the humanity, says the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. A sampradaya is the multiple armed sects of Hinduism, each exploring the science of awakening. The individuals speak more and more and more glimpses, and conducting the various workshops for thousands and thousands of people, and the various pilgrimages, spiritual pilgrimages, and various processions organized for lakhs and lakhs of people, and the temple rituals, and especially Karaseva, leading the peacekeepers of Kailasa by example, doing the Karaseva, the free voluntary service, physical service. And Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism established Kailasa's ecosystems across the world, and starting from 1994, where you see the picture where Mataji Vibhudanandapuri handed over Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, is traditionally handed over to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, to the hands of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the same Adhinam in 27, you can see a picture, a sample picture where in 2017, Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai receiving visitors and delegates for the Kalpataru meditation workshop and Shiva Diksha. And you can see more and more glimpses of how Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism tirelessly worked to establish the temple-based ecosystem. So now you see the picture, the Western headquarters, Kailasa in Los Angeles, and Kailasa in Columbus, Kailasa in Seattle, and Kailasa in San Jose, and Kailasa in St. Louis, and Kailasa in Phoenix, Houston, Kailasa in Toronto. Now let us understand more about the spiritual ecosystems of system of Kailasa. See, what are the spiritual practices that they do during the in these spiritual ecosystems, and what is the need? What are the why one needs to join these ecosystems, and what is that they do, and how these spiritual practices help each individual not only be protected from the great pandemic, and also to raise in their joy, bliss, and peace in their lives. So before that, we will understand the Devi Parashakti revealed in an Akashic readings on 12th May 2021 that I came as a Nija avatar. I am blessing you. Listen, people, listen. To do good to all of you, I have taken the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nija avatar. People of India, listen. Carefully listen. Time after time, Bharatam is Jnana Bhumi. That is where enlightened being comes. We cannot make Jnana Bhumi infertile. Enlightened beings have to come. They have to live and it has to flower. Few hypocrites, because they are stuck in delusion, we cannot sacrifice the world. Cosmos cannot be destroyed. The ship I did to save cosmos from being destroyed, that is called Adi Kailasa. The ship I did to protect beings from Pralaya is Adi Kailasa. Because of conspiracy of Drohis and enemies rule, the captain has to leave the ship. Before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, all the Aushadas by this Guru Purnima, that Jnana Rasavadam, Navapashana is going to flower. Allow people to come and take a dip in Navapashana flower. People, whoever comes and dip in Vaidyasarovar, they will not have death and they will not have corona. Crores and crores of people will come in line, and every day they will come and dip in Anandalingam. On 13th May 2021, Devi continued in the Akashic reading to reveal that, listen well to my words. For India, I made ship as protection, the Nithyananda Navapashana Lingam in Vaidyasarovar. Go to Adi Kailasa, O Indians, listen. All those regretting losing Nithyananda Nija Avatara without confusion and without talking just as a lip service, go to Adi Kailasa. Scores of people will come there looking for health, Navapashana water feast and medicine, to get health and protection and enlightenment. To protect India from the great destruction, I, Parashakti, made this huge ship. Even captain is not there, ship is there. When the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its doors to all without exception. So one of the great aspect of this Kailasa's ecosystem is the various spiritual practices. The first one is the morning spiritual routine. The morning spiritual routine is a fuel to reach Kailasa. Morning routine and the chemical changes it brings in you and the healing it does in your system and the biological rhythm it sets in your system, all of them are very important. It is an important fuel for you to experience the multiple dimensions of the universe. Spiritual routine and integrity to spiritual routine. Initiations are completely private, personal between you and me. Members of Kailasa's protective, preventive, multi-layered quarantine initiative take part in every day in the morning spiritual routine here in Adi Kailasa, Sarvajna Peetham. The morning spiritual routine consists of the Nithyananda Yoga, Panchakriya, Nitya Prataksha Padaka Puja, the Kashayam, the herbal drinks, and the Nitya Satsang by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Morning spiritual routine tune your biological clock to the spiritual practices because the chemistry you enjoy inside matters. That decides the kind of plane of the universe, the dimension of the universe you are going to experience. Kailasa or Patala, Swarga or Naraka. The morning spiritual routine is the direct path to Kailasa. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, person who is in love will wait to spend time with the beloved. If you are a seeker, you will be waiting for this 5 hours every day because that is the time you get near what you are seeking closely. A person who is in love will be waiting to spend time with the beloved. A person who is seeking will be waiting to spend this 4 hours because this is the time you get closest to what you are seeking. Your seeking takes shape into the system when your beloved comes near you. If you are tired and the love is gone, dead. During this morning 4 hours, if you are bored, your seeking is dead and gone. And you need a thorough overhauling inside you. And you need to ask yourself, you need to question many of your answers, and you need to bring the pure questioning back to your life. The morning spiritual routine starts with the Panchakriya. The Panchakriya, the moment you get up, you do this. After waking up from the bed, you do this Panchakriya. Panchakriya involves 5 powerful processes to remove toxins and impurities from the system. Just like how we take a shower every day to clean the external parts of our body, Panchakriya is the powerful cleansing process which cleanses the internal organs of the body, keeping it cool. And these techniques not only cleanse our body, but bring peace and balance to our mind and lightness and bliss to our being. And after the Panchakriya, you do the yoga. When you do the yoga, you experience your entire body becoming Amrita Sharira, that is body filled with the nectar. And it becomes an ecstatic body just by the air, without any external touch. In puja, you experience the space of bhakti, the devotion. The space of surrender that occurs to you from this devotion moves you from the I, which is so heavy, to God or Guru. This surrender allows us to drop all the unnecessary baggage from the head. One of the beautiful pujas in Hinduism is Rudrabhishekam. In Rudrabhishekam, we offer the sacred bath to Shivalinga while chanting the powerful mantras. The Shivalinga is the deity which beautifully represents the divine. Its form indicates how God is beyond form and formless. We sit down and connect with God by performing Rudrabhishekam. O Sadashiva, O Paramashiva, I know you are the source of everything. You are in this, you are everything, and you are in this Shivalinga, and you are in this body. Let me connect with you. Let you reveal yourself to me. When we sit in that bhava, when we sit with that context and do the action of Rudrabhishekam, we experience the bhava samadhi. Only bhava samadhi can give us the higher taste and higher joy in life. Rudrabhishekam is a beautiful ritual which allows us to experience the bhava samadhi of Shivoham, that I am divine. Morning, doing regularly with integrity and authenticity. If you do the morning spiritual routine, you manifest Shaktis and the spiritual powers. If you just follow this morning 5 hours, that's enough. You will have Vak Shakti. That means whatever you say become reality, and all the Shaktis manage your being, and then sitting and listening to the sacred truths, constantly inspiring, engaging, alive, awakening. Just this morning 5 hours, if you can bring integrity and authenticity, all the obstacles stopping you from the power manifestation will disappear. You can perform all the spiritual practices by yourself, like the morning yoga and Nitya Puja. But there will always be a risk of losing your initial inspiration and excitement after a few days or in just few weeks. Living in the enlightenment ecosystem, even if your boredom or tiredness or try to pull you down, this Sangha will support you, help you by giving a wake-up call and supporting you to complete your incompletions. In Sanatana Hindu Dharma, we had at least 10,000 sampradayas, the ecosystems of the Kailasa, religious, spiritual traditions, keeping these enlightenment signs alive. Each Hindu sampradaya is a spiritual ecosystem created for keeping the enlightenment signs alive. Every monastery, every adhinam, every mutt, every temple, every Veda Patashala, every Sarvagyapita is a lineage, sampradaya created to keep the ecosystem of spiritual enlightenment alive. Some may be Shakta, some may be Yoga, some may be Vedanta, some may be Tantra, some may be Shakta Vedanta, some may be Shaiva Tantra, some may be Yoga Vedanta, some may be Yoga Shaiva. Some may be Vaidika Shaiva, and all kinds of permutation and combination. Each temple, each mutt, each monastery, each adhinam, each Veda Patashala, each Sannyasa Sampradaya is a spiritual ecosystem created to keep the enlightenment signs alive of that Sampradaya. So join the Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. You can see glimpses of the from the members enrolled in the Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers as they practice the morning spiritual routine, which consists of the Nithyananda Yoga, Guru Puja, and Shiva Puja. Of course, the Panchakriya will be there, and the Satsang. In the enlightenment ecosystem of Adi Kailasa Sarvagyapeetham in Bangalore, the morning spiritual routine makes up the first 5 hours of your day, and is one of the most fundamental and vital practice for seeker. Anyone on the path to achieve enlightenment, to achieve the unique super consciousness space of Paramashivoham. You can see the more glimpses. The participant doing yoga. So join these Kailasa's COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now let's understand more on these Kailasa's multi-layered quarantine COVID care protection centers as at the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa, and what are the other services that are happening at these Kailasa de facto spiritual embassies. With the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and first we understand what is the need for the Annadanam, meaning serving the free, organic, sattvic meals. The pandemic has led to increase in global food insecurity, affecting vulnerable households in almost every country. It has exacerbated existing inequalities, pushing millions of people into the vicious cycle of economic stagnation, loss of livelihood, and worsening in food insecurity. The World Bank estimates that 71 million people will be pushed into extreme poverty across the globe as a result of the pandemic. The World Food Programme estimates that an additional 130 million people could fall into the category of food insecure over and above the 820 million who were classified as such by the 2019 The State of the Food Insecurity in the World report. Hunger in plain sight. COVID-19 worsened the plight of food insecurity. More than 50 million people have experienced the food insecurity during the pandemic, up from the 35 million in 2019, according to the Feeding America nonprofit, a nation's largest domestic hunger relief organization. The child malnutrition and hunger skyrocket in Haiti as COVID-19 infections spike. At least 86,000 children are at risk developing the severe to acute child malnutrition this year in Haiti. According to sources connected to the United States Children's Fund, the number of children projected to suffer from starvation this year has doubled as the impoverished nation continues to grapple with extraordinary political and social crisis exacerbated by the pandemic. Refugees are paying the highest price in the COVID-19 pandemic. The vulnerable groups such as refugees are paying the highest price in COVID-19 pandemic. We are seeing alarming trends that show many refugees around the world are unable to pay for food and rent and are struggling to access healthcare and education. Prices hike like in local markets and further displacement caused by campfires have pushed many families further into food insecurity. During these April and May, around 30,000 refugees in Cox's Bazar. These camps raised questions and concerns, with 63% seeking services, including the urgent food relief and shelter. Just over one-third, that is 37%, requested health or medical care. The famine risk spikes amidst the conflict, the COVID-19 and funding gaps. The number of people teetering on the brink of famine has risen from 34 million projected at the beginning of the year to 41 million projected as of June. Without the immediate emergency food assistance, they too face starvation, as the slightest shock will push them over the cliff into famine conditions. The World Bank releases a report on growing food insecurity. The World Bank released an analysis of the rising food insecurity rates in response to COVID-19 pandemic. The report, released on May 20th, 2021, stated that COVID-19 impacts have led to severe and widespread increases in global food insecurity, affecting vulnerable households in almost every country, with impact expected to continue through 2021 and into 2022. It also states that the global food replaces the global food prices increased significantly by 38% since January 2020. The World Economic Forum: 155 million people are caught up in food crisis of varying severity. 133,000 people in Burkina Faso, South Sudan, and Yemen are most at risk. 10 countries account for 2/3 of these facing acute hunger. The resilience of agri-food systems is being eroded by conflict, insecurity, and environmental trends. So, join the Kailasa Scout Care Protection Centers. Join now with the registration link, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism always says, you become what you eat. What you eat contributes to what you think, and what you think contributes to what you cognize, and what you cognize contributes to who you are. So what you eat directly affects who you are, and that is why I'm making this statement. You become what you eat. What is in your plate matters, because that is going to become you. Violence-based food derived from the killing of animals and life-negative, chemical-based toxic food both harm the system equally. And the organic vegetarian food is not just for health. It gives you an inner space, physical system, and physiological flow to develop the highest psychology, not only your physical system, even your physiological flow needs to cooperate. Your brain is constructed for all these higher things. When you don't explore the higher things, you are bound to feed the lower things and keep your brain engaged for survival. If you don't explore the higher dimensions of consciousness, you will force yourself into the drugs and try to explore the hallucination, imaginary, illusory dimensions of the universe. Make vegetarianism as your lifestyle. The human body is naturally designed for vegetarian food. The inner mechanisms like feeling, thinking, words, everything is designed to function with vegetarian food. It is like having a generator which can handle only 220 volt current, or a UPS which can handle only 220 volt current, but it is given 20,000 volt current. What will happen? It will get fused. They feel everything will be aligned to the natural source of energy. It will be aligned to nature, which is the inner potential energy. So Kailasas and Nalayas serve across the world from the Kailasas de facto spiritual embassies serve the free organic vegetarian sattvic meals for all, eliminating hunger. The developmental, economical, social, and medical impact of malnutrition and famine have a critical impact on the environmental, on the individual, familial, community, national, ultimately on the global level. With the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic triggering on an alarming spike in food insecurity, the United Nations have given warnings of famines of biblical proportions. In 2020 alone, 690 million people were estimated to be pushed into food insecurity. The access and availability to organic food has become of utmost importance. Through the Kailasas Department of Agriculture, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has committed to the distribution of free organic food to everyone. Not just since the beginning of his public life, but from his very upbringing itself. Kailasas and Nalayas, the food bank established all across the globe, distributes and serves free vegetarian organic food for people of all castes, creed, religion, race, gender, and social standing. The Kailasas Global Services under the Kailasas Department of State, the Red Om, providing relief work for natural and man-made calamities, working to eliminate the world hunger. You can see in this picture where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism personally organizing relief efforts and free organic food distribution for the Thane flood relief in Pondicherry region, India. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, we will revive the food supply chain of Kailasa. Before you get hungry, food will be ready. Continuous Annada. I'm not giving you any fantasy. It is already becoming a reality. You can see the glimpses where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself serving the sattvic meals. Starting this picture that you've seen way back in 2002, is especially clicked on 22nd November 2002. And some glimpses where the leading by example, where even with a fractured hand, you can see the picture where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has a bandage on his right hand. Even with a fractured hand, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism engaged in the selfless work day and night, inspiring the peacekeepers of Sovereign Order of Kailasa to engage in selfless service, leading the nation of Kailasa by example. In 2011, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had the multiple compound fracture with the bone protruding out of the skin, and that they put 2 steel implants and that were fastened. They were to heal. They were removed in 2013, and because the bones got completely healed. And this picture is taken right after that surgery, where immediately Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, leading by example, serving the humanity, serving the free organic vegetarian sattvic meals. And the glimpses picture that you're seeing, the Thane flood relief pictures are from 3rd Jan 2012. Some more glimpses of the Thane flood relief. And this picture that you're seeing is a Nithyananda Annalaya inauguration at Tiruvannamalai, India. A picture taken on 9th September 2011. The health workshop, Arogya Yoga Health Workshop, and which conducts Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, conducted on 25th November 2005. And you're seeing the picture where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself serving the free Sattvic organic meals in the workshop Nithyananda Spurana Meditation Workshop, Salem, India. And you see some more picture of Nithyananda Spurana Meditation Workshop in Tiruvannamalai, picture taken on 20th September 2012. And this is Kartikeya Deepam celebrations at Tiruvannamalai, 27th November 2012. The Inner Awakening Meditation Workshop, Tiruvannamalai, India, on 10th May 2017. And you see the glimpses from the Annadan happening at the Kalpataru Meditation Workshop at Tiruvannamalai, India. This picture is taken on 10th April 2017. And the picture, the huge, Annada is happening, the Bandara feast, served for respected spiritual leaders and Hindu monks, and during the Kumbh Mela. And this picture is specifically taken on 5th May 2016. In the pictures that you see during this Kalpataru meditation workshop, the 28th April 2016, where the free Sattvic organic meals are served. The picture that you're seeing are the Arunachala Sarvagnapeetham serving the free Sattvic organic meals, the 11th March 2017. And the Tiruchengodu Sarvagnapeetham, 18th August 2019, where the free Sattvic organic meals are served. And the pictures that you're seeing, the Annadan distributed during the Guru Purnima, the traditional celebration of the Guru. And this is in Kailasa in Houston, United States. And picture is taken on 6th July 2019. And the picture that you're seeing where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism serving the meals and during the Sadashivoham meditation workshop, 8th December 2016. The Annadan services continue in the midst of the COVID-19 crisis. The pictures you're seeing Madurai, 30th May 2020. Now let's listen the proof of necessity for Annadan, the Bengal famine of 1943.
What I found in researching the Bengal famine was that Churchill did several things that greatly aggravated the death toll. India was being used extensively for the war effort. Indian resources, Indian soldiers, and Churchill repeatedly refused to acknowledge the fact that the extent to which India was used could lead to famine.
Viceroy to India, Archibald Wavell, called the Bengal famine one of the greatest disasters to have befallen people under British rule, and said the reputational damage was incalculable. During one government discussion about famine relief, Secretary of State for India Leopold Amery recorded Mr. Churchill saying that any aid sent would be insufficient because Indians bred like rabbits.
What I found
in 1943 to 1944, in the man-made famine of Bengal, as per existing records, 3+ million were murdered. The Prime Minister of the world's biggest empire controlling 1/3 of mankind, claimed they could not do anything about the people dying of hunger because Hindus bred like rabbits and the famine was their fault. In 2016 Ujjain Kumbh Mela, the peacekeepers of Kailasa served organic food to over 3+ million peacekeepers of Kailasa under the leadership of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has served more than 1 billion free meals in past 26 years and are determined to end the hunger and poverty in all its forms. Kailasa, with 20 peacekeepers at any given point of time, can deliver what even the biggest countries could not deliver. Kailasa is not driven by fear or greed. It is an enlightenment-based ecosystem driven by selfless service. In the Veda Agamas, the source of Hindu scriptures declares Annam Bahukurvita, which means let us produce food in large quantities. Through the widespread distribution and promotion of free, healthy, organic food, Kailasa's global peacekeepers, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, serve such that we may achieve food security, improve nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture globally. The Annadan is a vision to end poverty and hunger in all its forms. Join the Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. When the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its doors to all without exception. The free COVID care centers opened across India are Adi Kailasa Enbedadi, Bangalore, Salem Adhinam, Tamil Nadu, Tiruvannamalai Adhinam, Tamil Nadu, Rajapalam Adhinam in Tamil Nadu, Puduvai Adhinam in Puducherry, and Pattanam Adhinam in Tamil Nadu, Srirangapadi Adhinam in Tamil Nadu, Sripuram Adhinam in Hyderabad, and Madurai Adhinam in Tamil Nadu, Avattipalayam Adhinam Erode, Tamil Nadu, Hosur Adhinam in Tamil Nadu, Baroda Adhinam in Gujarat. Kailasa rushes to aid India as India finds itself on the verge of COVID-19 third wave. Multiple free COVID care centers opened across India. The various social services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India. Spiritual services offered during the pandemic in Kailasa's de facto spiritual embassies across India. The cosmic revelations on global pandemic. The free social services offered during the pandemic in de facto spiritual embassies across India are the medical care, which is allopathy, Ayurvedic and Siddha medicine, infrastructure to accommodate thousands, and accommodation for multi-layered quarantine, emergency ambulances, ICU on wheels, personal protective medical equipment, food security management through food banks, and the organic farming. Join the Kailasa's COVID Care Protection Centers. Register now through the link below, https://kailasa.org/Kailasa Care. Now you can see the glimpses where the groceries collected for Annadan. And you can see the Sattvic diet being served. The Kailasa's Department of Housing, the Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapeetham, India, the Adinavasis of Adi Kailasa continue to working round the clock in organizing the storage of groceries to accommodate the larger number of people arriving for Kailasa's COVID protection initiative. The banyan tree plantation in Adi Kailasa Sarvagyapeetham, the Kailasa Department of Agriculture at the Adi Kailasa Sarvagyapeetham, the banana plantain in Adi Kailasa Sarvagyapeetham, a glimpse of self-sustainability lifestyle being cultivated in multi-layered quarantine facilities. And you can see some more glimpses where the Kailasa Department of Agriculture, Adi Kailasa Sarvagyapeetham, India, the Department of Agriculture's mission is to research and implement environmental friendly, sustainable, economy friendly methods of agriculture. The next batch of land was prepared by the de-weeding, irrigation, and preparing of manure. The Kailasa's Department of Housing, the Adi Kailasa Sarvagyapeetham, India, the Adinavasis are working in full swing, helping facilitate all the requirements needed to accommodate the hundreds and hundreds of people coming for the protection from the COVID-19 pandemic. And the Kailasa Department of Health, Adi Kailasa Sarvagyapeetham, India, as the third wave of COVID hits the world, the medical and emergency response team raises their preventive measures. Each individual is guided to take at least 11 minutes of vaporization before meal and receive their supplements. The Kailasa Department of Agriculture, the organic sattvic meals include a balance of steamed rice cake, curries, fruit. All items are verified for per meal and distributed to the different locations on Adi Kailasa's campuses. Join the COVID care protection centers. Register now through the link below https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. So we'll be moving on to the next segment. As we are celebrating the Janmashtami, we wish you all the happy Janmashtami. The whole day we are going to celebrate the Janmashtami celebration with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gracing us in the evening for the celebrations, and there's so many temple rituals, various celebration, the homas, fire rituals, abhishekam, the colorful, joyful celebrations are going to be happening. Stay tuned for the celebrations, and we'll be moving on to the next segment of this program after a very short break.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda.
Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, and the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever youthful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just celebration, celebration, celebration. Celebrate today whole day. Give vacation for your depression. Tell your mind bye. And celebrate. Celebrate. Celebrate.
காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினிவில் உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
Here is the Australia Kailasa. How can I be so lucky and have a happy life in Kailasa? It's a long story. My name is Li Qi. My guru is His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Since I was very little, I already wonder what life for. I really want to know the result, the reason. A long time ago, I think if I earn enough money, I will be very happy person, and then life is for happy. I tried to earn money, and then I'm really rich, but money didn't give me happy. Then I tried to get the happy life in romantic love. Then the really romantic love take me go lots of places. Too many stories during this time. But I still don't feel I get the result, get the life reason. Then I start study from book, from video, from religion in many different ways. And when I study Buddha, that time I really appreciate Buddha gives so much intelligence to me about life. But I don't think study is enough for me. I want to be Buddha. But I don't know how. Who can let me get there? One day I found the video in YouTube, introduced Swamiji in that video. I suddenly, my eyes open wide. I get it. He must be my guru. I can get there. He can let me get what I want to know. And he can take me home. Real home. This kind of feeling, then I start studying from Nithyananda Sangha. One day, Swamiji Satsang said he need people devote land, home, money to build up Kailasa. Then I discussed with my husband, decide to give the whole farm to Nithyananda. That time, because both of us believe help Swamiji means help whole world. It's a big decision, but we just discussed so short time already. Decide. I really appreciate my husband love me so much and believe me, trust Swamiji so much. Soon here will be big temple, Gurukul, Goshena, and library. Introduce this my story to you, just me. Don't give up any chance to be founding father of Kailasa. It's the best thing you can do in your life.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. won't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem.
Vasudeva Sudam Deva.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all of the viewers who are gathered with us right now for this program, the Parashakti Akashic reading program. And as we enter and as the most auspicious time for the Muhurta of on this day, Krishna Janmashtami day, as we approach the celebrations and the festivities that each and every one of us will be able to witness from wherever we are tonight, Indian Standard Time, let us go over the various different sevas and offerings that you can do, the ways that you can participate with Kailasa, a part of the festivities, the rituals, and the customs and traditions that are happening today in Kailasa and are going to be offered in the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam. And a part of the festivities, the most important part, is our offering of worship and our offering of gratitude to Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And that very energy which is operating, which is manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism today. So without further ado, let us enter into understanding the Krishna Janmashtami sevas that you can do, beginning with remembrance of who is Krishna. Let us remember the great Leelas, the beautiful stories, the eloquent words, and the utmost, highest context of living given by Bhagavan Sri Krishna, not only by his teachings and by his words, but just by literally just happening on planet Earth. He brought so much of completion. Here's a verse from the Bhagavad Gita, from the chapter 11, verse 17. And we're going to be going over many verses from Bhagavad Gita, from the Krishna Ashtakam, and literally celebrating the remembrance of Sri Krishna. And if you feel, wow, what a beautiful being, I wish I can remember him more, I wish I can connect to him more, then let us, you can offer a offering today to Bhagavan Sri Krishna, and it can be your personal sweet sentiment towards Sri Krishna, and you'll see how he manifests in your life in the various ways, just as you've always wanted. Krishna literally is defined by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. He says the life, legacy, message of Krishna is life, just intense life. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has narrated the life of Bhagavan Sri Krishna, has spoken on his greatness, and has even given commentary on the Bhagavad Gita, which is the supreme truth delivered by Sri Krishna 5,000 years ago. And today on Krishna Janmashtami, it's the day when Bhagavan Krishna happened on planet Earth. Krishna is the very embodiment of Paramashiva, and it's the greatest embodiment of Paramashiva which happened on planet Earth. He is the Purna Avatara, the manifestation of all powers described in the Vedas and the Agamas. And the Purna Avatara means that he is manifesting in all the dimensions completely, meaning that even if you relate with him as a son or as a brother or as a friend, as a classmate, as a beloved, or as a father or guru or God, Krishna brings so much of fulfillment inside of you. The greatest happening that happened, is happening, and will happen in the cosmos is Sri Krishna. These are words directly from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. He is a personality with so many hundreds of perfect dimensions, and a child expressing ordinary innocence and extraordinary powers, an adult who is beyond body, who does not have even the idea of an ordinary body, and a great happening of the cosmos, this functioning inside that small body, and as the beloved of so many gopikas, as the son to so many women of Gokula, and literally the mischievous little boy for so many others, and as well the guide, the friend of all of his Gurukul classmates, and as well as so many others, the Pandavas, Arjuna himself, and the husband and king of Rukmini and lover of Radha. In all these ways, Bhagavan Sri Krishna had completely fulfilled that relation, had manifested the most complete way of expressing that dimension. Krishna expresses as the ever youthful, and expressed in the intellect as amazing strategist. He expressed in emotion as a most beautiful, pure romance, and in the dimension of length as the knowledge, and the dimension of breadth as the amazing artistic expression, and the depth in the powers which he manifested well. Krishna was the upholder and the representation of righteousness, of dharma, what is right and what is good, and doing that allegiantly, more than falling for anything that might feel pleasant temporarily. The Krishna had even manifested the entire Leela of the Mahabharata just in order to uphold the Dharma in the whole universe and establish that once again on planet Earth. Krishna is the embodiment of Dharma, the pure consciousness and collective integrity. And Krishna acts the whole Leela to establish Dharma in the humanity. Dharma is clear understanding about Jiva, Jagat, and Ishvara, or the self, world, and divine. And Bhagavan Sri Krishna, when he walked on the planet Earth 5,000 years ago, he gave a promise to humanity, saying, Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata abhyutyanam dharmasya tadatmanam srijamyaham. Meaning, whenever and wherever there is a decline in spiritual practice, O Bharat, and the predominant rise of a religion, at that time I descend myself to enrich and deliver the pious beings, to annihilate the miscreants and re-establish the sacred principles of the cosmic truth. I myself appear age after age. So beautiful is Bhagavan Sri Krishna's promise, not just saying that I will come again, but saying that he comes again and again, whenever and wherever there is adharma, or there's more, where more and more we're falling into the vicious cycle of adharma. And as well, Krishna's strategy, his way of working, everything is Advaita. It is absolute oneness with all beings, with all existence itself. And that is from which state Bhagavan Sri Krishna had strategized. And the space of Advaita, everything is an extension of me. Whatever I want is already part of me. It's Kalpataru. And Krishna is the Kalpataru who is overflowing to fulfill every being's wish in every dimension. Krishna's strategy still works, and even until today, the Bhagavad Gita has no expiry date, and its timeless truths are still enlightening thousands all over the world. Krishna's strategy is no violence and no enmity. That is a bold stance that he takes. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has said, then the moment you remove enmity from your being and complete with it, one, the other fellow will lose the power. Second, that fellow will become so stupid you may not even need the weapon which is in your hand to destroy him. We all have foolishness when we start taking up weapons in order to fight our enemies. Bhagavan Sri Krishna had the ultimate strategy of simply removing enmity and dealing with all of his so-called enemies, or anyone who had the chance to approach him. Understand, don't believe completing with violence will make you weak. If you believe completing with your violence will make you weak, you are wrong. Krishna was the one who was the example of living in the space of completion. And he was always powerful, and as a single man, he finished what he wants to finish. He had successfully completed and ensured the whole age, the whole humanity at that time had been spearheaded into a new age and started the modern day history as we know it. Bhagavan Sri Krishna as well is the expression of Parandhama. And we'll be understanding what exactly that aspect of Bhagavan Sri Krishna is in the next few slides. Who is Parandhama, you might ask? Parandhama is the ultimate supreme energy, Mahavishnu, who is the sustainer of the whole universe. In all the 5 actions of the gods and goddesses, the sustainer, the one who does the action, the energy of sustaining and maintaining the universe, is Parandhama or Mahavishnu. Bhagavan Sri Krishna is the Purnavatara who embodied as Narayana, Paramapada, and with all his glory, qualities, and powers. And Bhagavan Sri Krishna is the 8th avatara of Lord Vishnu, who is responsible for the sustenance of the cosmos. And if you see all the Dashavatara of Mahavishnu, every single one has a secret, has a purpose to sustain the universe and ensure that the universe is continuing and never it is destroyed, never it is falling into a trap. And even at the hands of the most vicious, most atrocious asuras. Bhagavan Sri Krishna is the being who first set a trend with the macrocosm and proves that it can express in the human body the microcosm in a fully fledged and fully bloomed way. And amongst all the incarnations He was the first to demonstrate that we can have literally God walk on planet Earth. And Krishna is celebrated time and time again, ensuring that, and his teachings followed. One of the most important teachings of Bhagavan Sri Krishna is Karamanyevadikaraste mapaleshu kalachana, meaning do your duty and don't worry about the results. You might have heard this before, but the real truth behind it, the real understanding, is actually something more juicy than what we have ever thought, what we have ever been taught. When it says do your duty but don't worry about the results, we have all heard about this moral that even if you are receiving minimum wage, you're going paycheck to paycheck, you're working so hard, just do your duty, be happy with your duty, and be humble. But it doesn't mean, never the shloka means, oh, even if you just get 10 rupees, you go on working for 10,000 rupees. That's not the meaning of the word. Do not think or misconstrue Bhagavan Sri Krishna's words by reducing it to this very low level way of thinking. That Bhagavan Sri Krishna, as the embodiment of the universe, and the embodiment of compassion for all human beings, has such a huge, higher context behind these very words. In fact, there's a beautiful example from the life of Sri Ramakrishna and Swami Vivekananda. One day Ramakrishna told Vivekananda, you have to go all over the world and take my message. But Swami Vivekananda was shaken to his core and he shivered and said, no, I cannot do that. Not so much work. I just want to be in Samadhi. And at that point, Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, the incarnation of Paramashiva at that time, had scolded Swami Vivekananda for having such irresponsible thoughts and responses. Once Vivekananda cognized his responsibility and he internalized it as a cognition, not just about work. The amount of work Vivekananda performs, still nobody is able to beat that record. It understands that all of our work is just this. When we are bestowed with the responsibility of the whole world, literally how Ramakrishna Paramahamsa had given the vision to Swami Vivekananda, and he had said literally, and he had literally said the vision of what Swami Vivekananda would be doing. He simply got overwhelmed. Understand, do your duty and don't expect the results is not told in order for us to work for 10,000 rupees, but always expect that we might only get 10 rupees. You may have to console yourself, and you should not rebel, not feel you were treated unjustly and no injustice was done to you. This is not the context that Bhagavan Sri Krishna had ever meant in these lines. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed that life is such, if you work for 10 rupees, you will be showered with 10 billion rupees. But if you think you are going to be getting 10 billion rupees and you need to work for that, then you'll become overwhelmed and you'll never even start 1% of the work that is required to do it. That is the greatness of the teaching that Bhagavan Sri Krishna says when he says, do your duty and do not think about the results. Listen once more, because Swami Vivekananda thought he had such huge results which he was responsible for, and he has to cause so much, he has to work as per his logic. He got overwhelmed about the work. Understand that. Results are caused by a cognition shift, not by work. This is what each and every one of us has to understand. And this was the message of Bhagavan Sri Krishna ultimately when he uttered to Arjuna that do your duty and don't think about the result. If you think about results, you will do the reverse calculation and you will then calculate the effort that you need to put in for the sake of the result, and you will get overwhelmed about the effort you need to put in, and you will just continuously go into an endless cycle of just never starting and then getting overwhelmed and then never starting and then getting overwhelmed. You not having the powerfulness to begin is the problem. Powerfulness in every single layer of you, down to your very consciousness itself. And perhaps you're thinking, oh, I don't know about consciousness. I don't know what it means. I don't know about depth. If even you're wondering that, understand that the divine, the guru in our lives, is the one who leads us continuously to manifest more and more depth in our lives. Because till the responsibility cognition happens, the logic which calculates 1 hour equals $10 will never understand anything. And it's a faulty logic. Only if the responsibility cognition shift happens, you will understand, hey, the result I need to cause is not even, it does not even need to be remembered. That's the beauty of the whole thing. We continuously remember, get overwhelmed by the result of the work, but when we understand, when we are focused on the work and we are doing our duty, the results does not even need to be remembered. They just manifest themselves. And there are two states, Ishvara and Yushvara. Ishvara is taking responsibility and making it happen. Yushvara is getting overwhelmed about the actions you need to perform for the result you need to cause and never move anything. If you are forced to move, take a U-turn. And the essence of Krishna's life, the message, the legacy is life, intense life. It expresses his health, beauty, grandeur, romance, knowledge, responsibility, power in multiple dimensions, in multiple ways, but ultimately it's just life, intense life. And all of us can pray deeply to Bhagavan Sri Krishna today, connect with his energy as it is most available during this time, as all the stars are aligning just as they were on the very day of this happening 5,000 years back. Bhagavan Sri Krishna is extremely courageous and bold, but absolutely strategic, not to waste resources unnecessarily, even during the wars with demonic forces. That is the greatness of Bhagavan Sri Krishna, and each and every one of us can learn how we can navigate our lives with just the Bhagavatam, reading the life of Sri Krishna, and how exactly we can also live in the same way, keeping his promise. Bhagavan Sri Krishna incarnated once again. And there's another verse, the Shastra Pramana of the greatness of Lord Krishna is dictated in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 15, verse 15. And the English translation says, I'm seated in everyone's heart. From me comes remembrance, knowledge, and forgetfulness. By all the Vedas, I am known. I am to be known. Indeed, I am the compiler of the Vedanta, and I am the knower of the Vedas. And there's another beautiful story, which is the Apta Pramana of the grace and of Sri Krishna, where it says, Sudhama was Lord Krishna's friend and devotee. He belonged to a poor Brahmin family. And as they grew up, Krishna manifested the Dwaraka, the land of the material pleasures, and got married to Rukmini. But on the other hand, Sudhama was married to a very simple Brahmin girl, and they led a very simple life. And it became very difficult for them in one point. They were feeling so burdened by life and tired and unable to handle it. Sudhama's wife had asked him if he can go and ask for any help from his old friend, Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And after being insisted by his wife, Sudama decided that he shall go and he will ask Sri Krishna for something to help him. And when he went there, he was so welcomed by his dear friend Sri Krishna. And they recalled all the time they spent together in school, seeing the splendor of Bhagavan Sri Krishna's palace. Sudama was absolutely in awe, and Krishna kept showering him with so much of gifts and so much of love, and with all the luxury that they were there. And Krishna had seen that Sudama had brought something for him. He saw that he brought just a handful, whatever he had, of puffed rice. It was the last of the groceries that their whole family had, and it was the only thing that he could give. He felt so shy to give it, but Krishna was so fulfilled with Sudama's gift. He just took it and he ate it right away and was just bliss-filled by his offering. Then finally on the third day, Sudama had left the palace and he thanked Sri Krishna. But when he was going, and he never asked for anything, but when he was going back to his home, he saw instead of his hut, a huge palace was there. And out of the palace came his wife, his children, and they were all decked in beautiful riches. And they had so much, they were just living in luxury. That is the beauty of Sri Krishna's Leelas, where if you just offer anything you feel to Bhagavan Sri Krishna, he will shower, he will bestow you with everything. You don't even have to ask. Whatever is unasked, whatever is asked, everything, he simply gives to you. And we also have the Atma Pramana here. And this is a beautiful incident when Bhagavan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, had gone to his wandering time. And at that time, he had stayed in a very elderly woman's home who was a devotee of Bhagavan Krishna. And she had always been calling out to Krishna and saying and giving the Naivedyam every single time. She would even be speaking to Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And she will say, Krishna, please help me do this. Please, Krishna, please help me find vegetables. Let my, whatever it is, sell in the market. She'll always be continuously talking to Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And Swamiji had never thought too much about this, just thought, okay, she might be a bhakta of Sri Krishna. And finally, it came time for him to go, but the elderly woman would not let him go. She was insisting, no, you have to stay, you have to stay. And she was even telling Krishna at that point, I don't understand why he wants to go. Please tell him, Sri Krishna, please tell him. And Swamiji had just been insisting. And suddenly that woman had grabbed a hold of Swamiji's hand. And Swamiji literally describes that Swamiji saw the very form of Sri Krishna there. And he had the shock of seeing Sri Krishna. He describes that he was just in a small baby form and with a flute, a peacock feather, and smiling cutely. And he literally saw Sri Krishna there. Swamiji, shocked, he just fell at the feet of the elderly woman and he told her, never ever call me Baba, you are my Mata. And he had literally seen this elderly woman as the form of his own guru, the one who gave him initiation. And he, even though his guru had long left the body, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had fell at the feet of this woman and said, you are my Mata, you are the one who is my guru, for having given me the initiation and darshan of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. Now, having understood the Shastra Pramana, the Apta Pramana, and the Atma Pramana of the life of Sri Krishna and his various Leelas, and finally, the Leelas of Bhagavan Sri Krishna in the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, let us enter into what are all the different offerings that we have to make today. And let us continue the remembrance of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. Here we have verse after verse of the Bhagavad Gita, and you can download the commentary of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the Bhagavad Gita at kailasa.org/Bhagavad Gita. And this is the most phenomenal book compilation of commentaries of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which he had spoken on the Bhagavad Gita. He had continuously done a series of discourses from 2005 on all of the Bhagavad Gita, giving and mapping the ancient supreme truths revealed by Bhagavan Sri Krishna himself to the modern day user-friendly language for all of us to understand. If you and I go back into the original Bhagavad Gita, we will not even understand a word. Just for example, the great verse where Krishna says, do your duty and don't care about the results. Look how much nowadays we are misusing that, misinterpreting that, and twisting it around on its actual meaning. Just like that, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has mapped all of the various truths of the Bhagavad Gita into a language that you and I can sincerely and seriously understand and imbibe into our lives and start applying. That is the greatness of it. We can easily be able to transform with these extremely profound truths. So the Bhagavad Gita Decoded is available once again at kailasa.org/Bhagavad Gita. Now, let's enter into the context behind why we are offering rituals. What's the need for physically offering the rituals to connect with the divine? Understand that Ramakrishna Paramahamsa beautifully says that as long as you think you have the body, you will be able to relate to the cosmic energy only through another body. Only when you lose your body consciousness, you can see the divine also as formless. Till then, you need some reminding of the rituals, and you need to offer the rituals in a physical way of connecting with God. A ritual helps someone have a regular habit of doing it. When Swamiji was first introduced, and Swamiji had first introduced the Nitya Dhyan meditation, only 20 to 30% of the people continued the meditation continuously for a few months. But the moment he added the last section, the Guru Puja, to it, more than 80% had done it. Because the added time for regularly having time allotted for spirituality is such a beautiful thing. Else we just postpone and we say, today my friend is here, tomorrow I have to go shopping, and we just let go of the whole thing itself just like that. The Vedic tradition has some specially designed formula to tap into the Kundalini energy at its source. There are special rituals which, when done in the presence of the avatar in an energy field, the kshetra opens up to all the possible gates to experience prosperity, success, health, healing, and relationships by tapping the Kundalini energy at the source. Any prayer or ritual done in the superconscious energy of the field enhances the benefits of the ritual. And as well, the offerings that we are doing in Kailasa are directly offered to Bhagavan Sri Krishna from the Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham. And there's so many benefits of offering in Adi Kailash itself. One, any prayer or ritual done in the superconscious energy field of the kshetra enhances the benefits of the ritual 1,000-fold. And second, Adi Kailash in Bengaluru, India, is a kshetra established by Paramashiva himself in form by invoking and installing various gods and goddesses of Sri Kailasa. And also, historically, when Lord Rama, an incarnation of Lord Vishnu, walked on this earth, he organized the Upanishads and revealed them in the form of the Muktikopanishad to his most beloved devotee, Hanuman, under the sacred Kalpavriksha tree at the Adi Kailash, which is still there and still worshipped. And as well, all the rituals offered in the sacred kshetra of Adi Kailash is physically accepted by the deities as they are all living energies there. Now, let us begin understanding the various different offerings that you can make to Bhagavan Sri Krishna. So first, we're going to be going over the various different sevas that you can do, and then understand the gold offerings as well that you can do. And there's so many different offerings that you can do that you don't have to feel as though you cannot offer something or you cannot do something. You can offer, and you can ensure that you are offering today during the Krishna Janmashtami celebration. Now, the Naivedyams, here are the Naivedyams that you can offer to Krishna on this day. It includes the milk kheer, the ghee kheer, the sugar kheer, the appam, adha, the mixed banana, and so many more. And yes, today, the offerings that you can make to Bhagavan Sri Krishna are absolutely out of your gratitude, your feeling connection to Krishna. If you feel that you want to offer. Now, these offerings, we can first understand the significance of butter to Krishna. Butter is traditionally made from churning the curds of boiled milk. And the need for making butter isn't something that comes under daily tasks. But Gopikas, all of the women of Gokulam, the place where Sri Krishna was growing up, had loved to make it every single day for Sri Krishna. And because butter is something that is Krishna's favorite, we have here the Navanita Seva that you can offer. And since Krishna even described in the Krishna Ashtottara Shatanamavali, verses 21 and 22, how he's described as the one whose body is smeared with butter and the one who dances for butter as well. From the Krishna Ashtottara Shatanamavali. And you can offer the butter pot seva. The butter pot is a symbol of Gopika's love for Sri Krishna. When Sri Krishna was a small child, his mother Yashoda would bring butter from Krishna. He would steal and share with his friends. And seeing this, all the Gopikas would make butter every day so that they can have a visit from the divine young avatar. And their love for Sri Krishna was such that they would spend all day churning butter, remembering him, to make a pot full of it. This offering is creating that same love that Gopikas had for Krishna, for our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. If you're interested in any of these offerings, you can go to kailasamailer.com/sevas and you can make these offerings. You can also use the YouTube Super Chat. If you'd like to make an offering of any donation, you can use the YouTube Super Chat as well. And at the end of the segment, we'll just go over how you can make these payments as well. So once again, the butter pot seva is $108. And in the Krishna Ashtottara Shatanamavali, Krishna is described as Navanita Viliptanghaya, meaning the one whose body is smeared with butter. So he enjoys the butter so much, it's smeared literally all over his body. And you can offer the butter to Bhagavan Sri Krishna. We also have the Andholana Seva, another very, very auspicious and sacred seva. The Andholana is the traditional swing seva offering to Bhagavan Sri Krishna, who is described as the one who dances. The swing oscillates, mirroring the oscillation of our mind. In Guru Puja, we offer the Manasa Puja, where we say, Chanchalyam Manasatha, meaning the oscillation of the mind is offering of the swing for him. Such a beautiful saying here. And we're offering this Andholana Seva, the seva of the seva of the swing, and swinging Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And you have the unique opportunity to offer the swing to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And by offering this swing, we are offering our manas, the mind itself. It is surrendering our mind and offering our gratitude when we celebrate the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, oscillating in our inner space time and again. So replace your mind with just the remembrance, the Leela of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, simply swinging back and forth on the swing. The next offering we have is the Churna Abhishekam. Churna Abhishekam is actually a live Abhishekam which will be happening tonight during the program. And it's a traditional offering of juices of different sweet fruits as sacred baths on the deity of Sri Krishna, for the deity of Sri Krishna. And you'll see that all the different colors are used in the for the offering of the different juices. And this is the offering of various juices derived from the varieties of sweet fruits traditionally offered as bath unto the deity of Sri Krishna. And it is a spectacle to witness the celebration of colorful life of Sri Krishna through the offering of various nectars in many different colors. And you can celebrate the life and powerful manifestation of Parandama by offering this Churnabhishekam. And the Abhishekam is referred in the Agamas as well. And here you can see the verse where it says that milk, curd, clarified butter, honey, panchagavya, panchamrita, sugared cane juice, all the kinds of fruits, seeds, products of coconut, water associated with all fruits, kept in the perfect kalashas and other containers, the ghanda doka, the aushadha doka, the shuddha dhaka, Kailodhaka, water fetched from the sacred rivers such as Ganga and others. All of these are the sacred substances that the Guru should perform the Snapan Abhishekam for the Supreme Lord. Next, we have the Navanita Tulabharam. Once again, a seva involving butter. And since butter is just such a favorite of Bhagavan Sri Krishna, we're doing another kind of seva with it, which is the Tulabharam. And the Tulabharam is a very, very special offering and is considered a Mahadana, a offering of the highest type of offering, or the most supreme kind of offering. And the Tulabharam is the sacred ritualistic offering of the butter, which is actually measured against the weight of the deity of Sri Krishna and the deity of the Supreme Font of Hinduism. And as Sri Krishna is described as Navanita Nathaya Namaha, meaning the one who dances for butter, we are offering this huge amount of butter and weighing it in his own weight and offering it to him. And the butter Tulabharam is an offering of butter equivalent to the weight of our deity and beloved Bhagavan. The butter represents the karma phala, that is the essence of our hard work and daily labor. Bhagavan Sri Krishna says again and again in the Gita to drop all the karma phala at his feet. And here's a little bit more information about the Tulabharam. In the Atharva Veda, it says that the Tulabharam is among the highest of offerings, and in the Matsya Purana as well, it's also considered as a Mahadhana, the most supreme offering. And in Hinduism, the traditional way of offering is known as the Tulabharam, the sacred act of offering an item in equivalent weight of the deity, the Guru. And offerings can be various, including flowers, bilva, tulasi, dates, bananas, books, silver, and even gold as well. So you can also go to kailasamailer.com/sevas and learn more about Tulabharam. It's not just during Krishna Janmashtami that we celebrate the avatar with the Tulabharam, but also in many other as well. So you can offer this Tulabharam. Yes, and we also have the Sankalpa offering. As you can see, this is $1, just $1 offering that you can do. And on your behalf, a very powerful mantra will be chanted to align all of your energies towards Bhagavan, whatever you want to realize and manifest in your reality. And the offering of our Sankalpa, the conscious resolution at the divine feet, is sacred and conscious act of aligning our straying mind into empowering our declaration with auspicious will, power, and manifesting energy. of the divine to manifest our intentions into reality and for living an enlightened lifestyle. We also have the e-hundi offering for any one of you who want to make any kind of donation. And you can also go to kailasamailer.com/sevas in order to make that offering, or you can pay through the YouTube Super Chat. YouTube Super Chat has options for Google Pay, for PayPal, and for credit card and debit card as well. So if you don't have the option of just credit card and debit card, you can go for the option of the YouTube Super Chat and use that feature in order to make a donation today. The next offering we have is the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, where we can literally offer the most precious offering that is available directly to the feet of the Guru. And today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is accepting the Pratyaksha Pada Puja himself, and he will be sitting, and we'll be inviting him. And you can offer this Pratyaksha Pada Puja as one of the ways that you can directly connect with the Guru of our life. Sorry for the technical glitch. We'll be right back and getting back to the slides as we almost conclude all the different sevas. We also have the Vastra Seva, which is the sacred cloth that you can offer and be bestowed with complete completion and protection from the Guru. And as well, we have several different gold offerings. Gold is not just a element with economic and social value, but also a sacred value. It is an element that can literally transcend your reality, transcend from literally from man to human, from man to superhuman, and experience divine healing energy, sattva energy. And gold is an element that can literally hold the superconscious energy for so long. Yes. And if I can request, if we can go to the significance, the divine element gold slide, and we can continue on from where we were. Gold has so much of significance, is so powerfully played in our Hindu civilization as well. It has such a deep significance in our Hindu civilization, and that's why it's used everywhere. It is in the architecture, the art. It is a huge part of the jewels that we wore, and even the roads were paved with gold, and there were huge columns of gold, archways of gold in the whole civilization as well. So you can offer this, select offerings in gold as well today, which we will be going over. And again, you can offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja and receive the auspicious blessings for strong and intense Guru-disciple relationship. Blessings for you to also deeply connect with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the incarnation of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And we also have the Vastra Alankara Seva. In the Krishnashtakam, it's described that the Lord, who is engaged in playing with Rukmani, adorned with the resplendent, with Pitambara, the silk garments woven with gold, He who attracts the still scent of Tulasi, I bow down to you, Bhagavan Krishna, Guru for the entire world. So you can offer this Vastra Alankara Seva as well. And this Vastra Alankara Seva is offered for better physical and mental well-being and healing from any illnesses. Yes. Now we'll be entering into the gold offerings that you can make. And as you can see, here's the verse from the Atharva Veda, which attributes gold not just to economic and social value, but sacred value. It here says that the gold is for your long life, meaning it can literally manifest immortality in your life and the life that you want. In fact, gold is known to be a divine element. It can infuse life positivity inside of you and pure energy inside of you as well. And the Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. The Indus River was called the Hiranyamaya and in the Rig Veda, and the river Saraswati was called the Hiranyavartani in the Atharva Veda. Gold is the supreme element for offering gifts to the ones we love and revere, and temples are constructed and paved in gold, deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold, because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years and it lasts forever. We also have a very sweet seva, the Go seva that you can offer on this day. In the Madhurashtakam, it sings that Gopa Madhura Gavo Madhura Yashtir Madhura Shrishtir Madhura, meaning his cowherd boy friends are sweet and his cows are sweet, his herding staff is sweet and his creation is sweet. Such a beautiful verse which reminds us that all cows always used to love Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And you can offer the Go Seva to the cows and to the adored cows of Bhagavan Sri Krishna. And you can literally experience the manifestation of nourishment and removal of any food-related problem that you are experiencing. So one of the gold offerings that you can do today is the Swarna Pushpam, which is available here. And it is a very beautiful offering where Bhagavan Sri Krishna literally says that anyone can offer a tulasi leaf or even a flower, a petal at my feet. And I will accept anything and everything because I just simply love that he loves me. Now you can offer the gold flower to last eternally in oneness with the avatar. The next offering is the Tulasi Patram, and in the Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 5, Chapter 3, it says that Sri Krishna, who is very affectionate towards his devotees, tells himself to a devotee who offers merely a Tulasi leaf and palm full of water. That is such a beautiful verse where he says that you can offer the simplest of flowers, of leaves, and he will simply accept that And even if you just offer your handful of water, he will accept that and pour himself on you. The Supreme Lord is causelessly merciful upon his devotee, so much so that even the poorest of men can offer him a little water and a flower in devotion and thus please him. This is due to his affectionate dealings with his devotees. You can offer this Tulasi Patram, which is completely made out of gold, with pure love and receive the grace of Bhagavan Sri Krishna forever. And here you have a summary of all of the different offerings that you can make. So we're coming to a conclusion of this segment. Once again, if you'd like to make any of these offerings, you can go to www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And as you can see, you have many different options. And at this link, you'll also be able to find the other levels of the offering as well. So you don't have to feel that an offering you really sincerely want to make, but perhaps it is too much for right now. And now is the time that you can make any one of these offerings and get ready for the festivities that await us ahead of us. I welcome each and every one of you to join us tonight for the festival, the occasion of Krishna Janmashtami celebrations in Kailasa. We'll be seeing all of the Kailasas across the world celebrating with the Purnavatara, who has happened again on planet Earth, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Tonight, we will be having all the different temple sevas, the Tulabharam, we'll be witnessing the Churnabhishekam, we'll be seeing the various different sevas, and we'll be having out of everything, best of all, the grace and darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism manifesting once again the aspect and the incarnation of Bhagwan Sri Krishna. And we'll all be awaiting the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's message for this year's Krishna Janmashtami. So with this, we're now coming to a conclusion of this segment, and we'll now be entering into witnessing and understanding the powerful cognition directly from Paramashiva himself, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in the Nithyananda Satsang. We'll be right back with you after a short break. And we'll be witnessing, seeing the offering of all the Naivedyams from across the world. Thousands of cities will be offering more than 108 Naivedyams each. And even the different temple sevas, we'll be witnessing, welcoming Bhagavan Sri Krishna. We'll be witnessing the Churna Abhishekam, which is the colorful Abhishekam of Bhagavan Sri Krishna with 21 sweet juices. And in order to celebrate the life, the colorful life of Bhagavan Sri Krishna, we'll be literally offering the Abhishekam to Sri Krishna. And I welcome each and every one of you to join us tonight for the Krishna Janmashtami celebrations, as we are going to be heading into the next segment of today's program and concluding this segment. And once again, tune in and register at kailasa.org/Krishna Janmashtami in order to celebrate with Kailasa for Krishna Janmashtami. Welcoming all of the viewers once again to join us tonight for the Krishna Janmashtami celebration. And take a few minutes now if you want to register. Go ahead and register at kailasa.org/Krishna Janmashtami. And you can join us from wherever you are for the Krishna Janmashtami celebration. Take a few minutes now also. You can go and register for any one of the sevas. And register yourself and participate in the Krishna Janmashtami celebrations in Kailasa. All of these offerings that we'll be offering today is simply out of our gratitude to Bhagavan Sri Krishna for manifesting the greatest leelas that the whole universe was blessed to watch on planet Earth 5,000 years ago. And whether it is the way that the avatar had been the childhood leelas and his mischievous childhood leelas, or whether it is the way that he gave the ultimate and supreme truth to his dear and intimate friend Arjuna, or it is the way that he had saved 16,000 women from Narakasura, one of the most atrocious demons, or even if it is one of the way that he had liberated Karna himself and given him what is known today even as Karna Moksham. Today, the avatar, the supreme pontiff of Hinduism's life is a continuation of that great celebration of the avatar, which started from Bhagavan Sri Krishna himself. And literally, the whole universe had started celebrating in 1978 that, keeping to his promise that he gave 5,000 years back, he once again is back and making available his presence on planet Earth. And reviving the nation of Kailasa to once again to deliver to humanity and establish righteousness, establish the Dharma. So let's celebrate Sri Krishna today with the avatar himself. I invite each and every one of you to register at kailasa.org/Krishna Janmashtami and stay tuned with us, stay connected as we begin the Krishna Janmashtami celebrations throughout the day.
Vasudeva Sudam Devam Gamsachanura Mardanam Devagi Paramanandam Krishnam Vande Jagadguru. He is the most powerful, greatest embodiment of the cosmos, Sadashiva, ever happened in the cosmos, the greatest devotee of Sadashiva.
If I have to put in one word the life, legacy, message of Krishna, I'll use the word life. Just intense life. It expressed in body as ever useful. It expressed in intellect as amazing strategist. It expressed in emotion as the most beautiful, pure romance. Essence of Krishna's life, message, legacy is life, intense life.
He is so much in love with life, in romance with the cosmos. Everything was just celebration, celebration, celebration.
காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினி உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளே